Hello. Hi, May. Hi everybody. We're gonna be playing some Minecraft today. I expect it to be kind of a quieter day, and that's okay. It is Minecraft Monday. We're gonna be trying to build that bridge that I got started on last time I was on. That's between my base and Adam Victor's base on the Basilborne SMP. And yeah, we're just gonna get right into it. Gonna be on for about 3 hours today again, as we're continuing the daily or the frequent February. This is the 9th day so far, and hopefully we can get the bridge done today, because yeah, it's lacking. It needs to get done, and then maybe that'll help motivate me. Poet, hello. Hi, nerd. Oh, hi nerd. Good to see you too, Poet. Wow. Alrighty, pausing the music because I just want to play some Minecraft and be chill. Thanks for collecting your daily redeem, Poet. I want to set it up, and I haven't done it yet, but I want to set it up. Right now, we have the accounts, how many times you've been first, and how many times you've done the daily redeem. But I definitely keep forgetting, but every time I go to stream, I remind myself that I want to set it up to where the early birds get counted, because we have 3 of them each stream, and I want to have it to where, like, it actually, like, you know, tracks whether or not how many times you've been early. That could be fun. And then I also want to turn up my music just a little bit. What if I were to come annoy you and make you not productive? Well, I am open for whatever on the stream. That's why I'm playing Minecraft. As long as you don't come kill me. Then I'll be kind of sad. I guess I shouldn't say whatever. Yeah, see, like, I already have an inventory full of nonsense. I am in the let's go deal with the thing mode still. I believe I need some white urine for Vince's head. Well, it'll have to wait. As you can see, I have remained undead for unkilled for now. I don't know. I'm alive. I am alive. I'm not undead. Yes. The head is the rarest item on the game because there is none anywhere. What do we got? Oh, come on. Why is it raining now? My score's 25. I'm weaning. Are you, though? Are you? May's head is out there somewhere. I bet Silver's racing for the top there. Silver thinks it's a high score. He asked me if that stat resets next season. Oh, God, I love that. Guys, we don't keep the death scores, right? Why? Because you got the highest score? They definitely reset, but we will remember. I need some efficiency books, so I'll probably be over there anyways. I think I got a guy for that. Not you. Not you. It's you. 27 emeralds apiece. And a book, obviously. This guy. And he could use all the trades you can get because he'll help me level him up. He's still kind of unknown. All right, so last time I was on, I got a bunch of sand. I still need gravel. Okay, I've got gravel. Got gravel, sand, and then that away. There's my white dye. Do I need more white dye? Might need more white dye. Also, I expected Jedi went live at the exact same time I did. I was like, where has Jedi been all day? As soon as I go live, I'm like, oh, there's Jedi. Found him. Ah! The lightning has struck! Excuse me? Steve! Peekaboo! Hi, Steve. You're on the best kind of streak. Good to see you, buddy. How is Steve today? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bone meal. White dye. Perfect. For a Monday? Not bad. Oh god. It is a Monday. It is indeed a Monday. You went shopping today, so that was good.
Oh, is that a mockingbird?
Early birdie.
Is it a mockingbird? Is that a mockingbird?
I think it is a mockingbird. What? What is a Monday, May? May has been basking in this being the very first work week where she doesn't actually have to do necessarily work. And it's been great. Today is a Monday. Oh. Well, good to know, I guess. It's Blur's Day. Oh, goodness. I was deciding when I'm gonna have like the first day off of frequent February because I have allowed myself to take 2 out of the 28 days off, and I think it's gonna end up being in a not next maybe not next Monday, but the following Monday. I'm not actually sure. I do next Monday. Yeah, actually, I think it is next Monday. It is next Monday because we have dental appointments and whatnot, so that'll be fun. That's a good enough reasoning, I believe. Oh, hello, Mr. Creeper. The 16th. Whee! Excuse me. Do I need to light this area up before I come back over here? Ow. Ow. We're fine. Who has just been like hanging out in this area so that way mobs spawn everywhere? What has happened? Go away. Boo, mobs. Boo. You're the least intrusive one, but I still want your frickin' spider stuff going on. Sweet. I didn't need 5 spider eyes, but there we go. Now I got them. Blame Dash. Well, I do blame Dash for most things. I had some really funny Ark games recently. Does this thing want to do the music thing, or is it just chilling? What are we doing, game? There we go. Hello! Boy! We need to set our statuses. Open. Slimming. And we're gonna go down there and put our powder down there. I was trying not to burst out laughing watching Yap Yap last night. My fiance was sleeping. Oh yeah, everybody, I played Yap Yap with, again, with Sal last night. Steve popped by and got some of the Sal's. I wasn't live or anything, but because I was not expecting to play at all. May just went to bed and was like, go play with Sal. And it was so fun. We had a great time. I ended up playing till 3 a.m. my time before Sal was finally like, oh, I guess I'm done and I'm gonna play this next time. And she was totally gonna play Karn? How do we say Karn? I don't really know. But she was gonna play that game actually, funny enough, Steve. And we ended up just playing frickin' Yap Yap the entire time. Karen! Karn? This is a very resource intensive thing just because I'm using full blocks and it's hilarious. It's like Karen, but one syllable. Karen. But yeah, she was gonna play that instead, but we ended up having such a good time on Yep, that we just kept going. Emma ended up dropping off, so it just was me and Sal, and there was like a few times where I really did not think we were gonna make it. We just barely pulled through. So that was good. We ended up doing like way better, obviously, than when we first played, like my first introduction on Saturday with it. Because I already had a kind of an idea as to what to do, so I took the fact that May knew about the frogs, and I immediately mentioned that information. So then we started to collect the frogs, and we bring them back from wherever we were. And so we had like a bunch of frogs to the point that whatever we be back and like letting the nights go by, the frogs each day would spit out 5 coins or like a gem sometimes. If they spit out a gem, that gem was worth 20 coins. So you could sell that. And so we had up to like 5 frogs at some point inside the house, and whenever we'd come back, we'd go in and look at the frogs. And so it's just like, I feel like a little frog keeper. Come on, my pretty. Like you just go over there and just watch them all spit up stuff while they run around and hop. But they do it like once a day, so we figured that out. We ended up having at some point, each of us had 3 bought wands, and we had, I think, like 200 coins, 200 plus coins. We were buying all the ingredients each time. We also figured out that like ingredients are just kind of spread around the area, so that's fun. I was doing my best to practice using the push to talk, so there's a few times where I kind of panicked and then wasn't casting anything right because I was pushed to talk, but I had a great time. Excuse me? May, are you okay? I think the more May's been off, the more unhinged, the more increasingly unhinged May is getting. Dang it! I need 4 more to complete what I wanted to do here, and then I'm done with this part at least. Well, gosh. I guess I also think I need a water bucket as well, because I do not have one on me, so I guess we're going back up. Oh, work stuff. Well, thanks for hanging out for a bit, Steve. Always good to see you. Hopefully, we'll catch you in a bit. We'll be on for the next 3 hours, at least. Look at the thing, the little whale tail. It's a whale of a tail up there. The tail of a whale. Oh. Okay, so we got 4 of those. I need to bring a water bucket. Fuck. Great. It's always what I love. Where? What the hell is that nonsense? Great. Hey, could you, like, not be there? That'd be great. Sir? Ow. 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 Okay. Well, that's really, really quite a nuisance. Oh, okay, well. I guess he was, that would have been way more obvious. Whee! I prefer to not have random zombies under this area, so we're just gonna cover this all up, I guess, or just torch this all up. You know, I don't know, it's something about just random crawling, kind of not my favorite, I guess. Squishy! Hi, Squishy. Good to see you. Oh, goodness. Guys, there's so much of this. It just goes on and on and on and on. We're just crawling around in the holes. Would you be willing to stream together with me in a bit to get extra points for Scoop Olympics? I have no idea what those are, but if it just involves streaming together, yeah, my computer can handle that no problem with Minecraft. Ooh, it's a chicken jockey. Does that mean that you'll be on the Minecraft server, or were you trying to play something else? Stay away from me, you little demon. I just got the go-ahead that Minecraft is good to use as a co-op game for this week's theme. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I'm currently building a bridge on the server over to Adam Victor's place. Also, what is this nonsense? What have I discovered down here? Got like a little spawning system going on, sir. No. It's called a cave? Yeah, apparently. I just found like a massive one though. I wasn't expecting this. I guess I've peeked into here before too, which is kind of funny. What do you got? What are you doing? Why are you like poisoned? Gotcha. Gotcha. Ooh, I've forgotten. Ooh. That's really creepy sometimes. Yeah, I love the stream togethers. If we have to, I can even pop over your base and check it out or whatever. If we want to make it count more, or I don't even know. What is that? The hell is up there? Is it a skeleton? Also, I'm not dying from you. Don't you dare. I always come in with a plan on Minecraft, but I'm also just like open for whatever, because like being on an SMP, that's kind of what it's all about, is to have fun with friends, in my opinion, at least. No, could we not? Yeah, that's right. Boom. Launch them. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we're on a survival multiplayer server for a reason. And like that makes sense completely, because then it's like more than one person could be on it. That can count so many different things. I hope the Olympics, the Scoop Olympics, have been good. God, what the hell, mate? You're a jerk. There's a reason that's $2.50. I'm sorry. Bully. Okay, we're going back. May's mean. That is all. My team's currently in the lead. Oh, I love to hear that. Is Chicken City involved in it? How does that work? I don't really know anything about it. I think Chicken seems like she's been involved. When I posted all of the oh, that's awesome. I love that. Oh, she's not on the same team as you. Oh no, good. That's fun. I am bridge building. I got a bully silver. Okay. Sorry. It is just required. Left her in our diamond dust. I love that. So is it basically just be live and play games a lot? Is that what the Scoop Olympics are or whatever? Is that what I've gathered? Yeah. That does explain why you have been going very hard with the streams. I love it. Okay, so where was that at? Here we go. Beep. Perfect. It's like we were never there. All right, we need a bucket and some more, whatever, concrete. And then we'll have just what we're going for here. We got more points when we finish games and match the theme and such. Ooh. Well, that's fun. How long has that been going on for? I should ask. Is it like something that this is like the first year, or is it a yearly thing that they do or something like that? I get 4 cement, and then maybe we'll bring more, just because I know, knowing me, I'm gonna end up deciding I want to use more anyways, because that's just how I am. 1 random chicken we'll munch on. Good. That's not the right chest. Nope. Putting stuff away because I have too much junk on me. Damn. Went AFK. Oh. Oops. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Oh my goodness. No. No, that's not... No. Silver. Does Silver know how to spell? Are we sure Silver knows how to spell? I'm not sure. There's a zombie farm and my iron farm if you want to get some levels. That's where I'm heading. Wow, poet. Poet's like, I'm on my way already. Thank you. Alright, we're just gonna make extra of the cement because maybe we'll need it. Maybe we won't. It's fine. What happened? Squirrel? There's a
is that a
there's a squirrel.
Man, is that a mockingbird? Is that a mockingbird?
I have that way too loud in my ear. Squirrel. Hi, squirrel. I ended up playing Yap Yap with Sal last night because it was I got, you know, a random invite and I kind of felt like I really wanted to. So yeah, that's why I didn't ever end up hitting you up about Ark, but it was a blast. I had so much fun. We still need to trade in Ark because I have way too many Ark items floating about. I went to bed after balcony anyways. Well, that's good. Good, good, good. I hope you got at least some good sleep. I started watching The Lord of the Rings before stream, and I put on the extended edition because I have access to it through HBO Max, and May looked at me and went, wait, what? Like, when I said it's 3 hours and 50 minutes, May laughed at me when I put it on and was like, why are you watching this? And I got through an hour before I'm gonna break it into more than one piece because that is way too long. We have a stack and a little bit more of iron, so we're doing good on that. I need some more torches because everything needs to be lit up apparently over there. I heard that axe break. What? You heard nothing. Oh no. Oh dear. So how's Squirrel's Monday going? How you doing? Don't you have an interview, Squirrel? I guess I'm wondering when that is, just out of curiosity. Should I do more than one pillar here? Because if I want to make this go straight up... No, because these pillars are going to stop right there. So this should be fine. And then... Gonna be little watery noises, don't mind me. There we go. And so now we've got cement, white cement, going all the way down. Gonna go straight into the ground and everything. I gotta get up there, wait. There we go, and then... White, cement. Okay, so, because once you put cement down, I don't know if you've ever used it, but you can make cement with gravel, dye of whatever color you want it to be, so in this case white, and then sand, and it'll make cement. And then it puts, like, you get, like, white concrete powder, and then once you put it down, you have to mix it with water for it to turn into actual, like, concrete. Alright, so now that I've got that, we're gonna go and try to build what I had in mind here. We'll see how it'll turn out. Should I be concerned? I think I'll do 2 layers of this before I switch over to bricks. Yeah, smooth stone to kind of transition to the brick layer. We'll see how that'll look in a little bit. And then maybe once I get the bricks down, I can go back in and add in some cracked bricks along the side, or should I do that now? Probably gonna want to do it ahead of time, so I don't have to come back and replace stuff, because it'll be annoying to get there. I am all for it, Poet. All for it. Wait. There we go. Hey. Oh, goodness. The amount that we pick on silver is great. Hey, that's for horses. Jinx, how you doing? Welcome on in. I'm good. Hope you're having a good Monday. I am cracking some bricks. If I remember to do this. Do I already have any? Probably not. Yeah, so far I just built a little thing right outside of a village and I've just been kind of living in it, and I'm slowly working on like a big villager place over here. I don't use XP. I'm not afraid to die like some people. What? I don't use XP farms. Why not silver? Me using an XP farm to get XP to enchant. So yeah, I'm slowly working on this building though. This is gonna be like a big villager trading area because I have some villagers that like are hanging around my enchanting building, but I don't like it. So I kind of want to have this be like an area that I could trade my villagers. We will have one that's like a villager trading thing on our server, but it's not gonna have all of the things. Yeah, this is a Java server on like 1 dot something. I don't even know. 1.21.11. So pretty recent. I think it's the most recent update. Gotta get my black bricks, hence why I'm enchanting. Oh, good, poet. Ew, look how gross the bricks are when they crack. Perfect. Ooh, and I will also bring some regular stone because maybe I want to make stuff not look like just one thing. This is going to be my attempt at texturing. And I say attempt because I'm not going to say it's any at all good. Recently started my forever hardcore world. Ooh, that is an endeavor if I've ever heard one. I hope it goes well. I started a hardcore one a while back, and then I played a couple times on stream, but I think I got like 3 sessions in. Survived pretty well. I got to the point where I actually got like diamond armor, but I don't know if I got enchanted. But I'm just kind of fading off of it. For no reason, really, but hardcore's a lot of fun. I like the intenseness of it, where like you get to build, but you also don't have to think about like what your impacts are on the world, because you won't be, if like you die once, it's all gone, so you kind of have to just do whatever you want to do to survive, more so than usual. Polished andesite. I didn't even think about that. Do I have any more andesite? What was that noise? Weird. I guess I don't. Yeah. Yeah, hardcore is a lot of fun though. Especially because like you can give yourself a lot. It just adds a lot of challenge. And in DC Safari, I got a pet wolf called Jimmy, and I'm 1 diamond away from full diamond armor. Ooh, that's awesome. Yeah, once you get diamond armor too, especially, it really kind of makes it a lot easier to push on. And then if you get to the point of having enchanted armor, it changes things completely, I imagine. I don't know if I've gotten to the point of having enchanted armor yet on a hardcore world. Cracked stone bricks. Put the whole stack in there. Let that keep going. Get some more fuel. Some torches. much andesite do I have? Yeah, I'm gonna like polish half the andesite. Ooh, a sharpness 4 diamond sword definitely makes it a little easier too. Because then you can actually like take stuff out as opposed to just kind of swing and keep hoping for the best. That's awesome. One of the only like single player Minecraft that I think I've been doing other than this, and I haven't really been actively doing it more than once, but we did a crowd control stream a while back as like a one-off, and I think I'll continue that where it's like solo, but people can mess with it through stream because that's kind of fun. But that's one of those worlds that I do just play while I'm live as well. The multiplayer aspect for me right now is what's really been keeping me wanting to like build stuff, because I get to go out and see people's cool stuff. Like that's nothing that I've done whatsoever. So I haven't completely settled on how I want to build this bridge, but I'm leaning towards a semi-modern bridge in a way. So I don't quite know how that's going to look. Oop. What's your favorite build style? I've gotten into medieval recently. I really tend to always end up building a castle or like an older brick building. I love the deep slate bricks and everything, so I've been leaning into them a lot. This is the first time I'm actually trying to build with like a stone like palette in a way, and we're gonna see if it even remotely looks good. But usually I like the deep slate, and I've really had a good time building like a big castle. Poet, how's it going? Smooth stone, crack stone bricks, andesite. And then this is my attempt at texturing something. The inside's just going to be solid stone bricks because I feel like it, but the outside's going to have some kind of my attempt at a texture. And I don't know if I should try to do these chiseled bricks down the center block like this all the way up or not. We'll see. Yeah, medieval I think can be really enjoyable, like courtyards and like castles and cottages and all of that can really come out really well in Minecraft, in my opinion. Boop yourself, Squishy says. Love that. Squishy. So yeah, right now I'm building a 5x5 because that's going to be the overall width of the bridge. Although theoretically I could have made this thinner if I wanted to.
Oh, is that a mockingbird?
Man, is that a mockingbird? Is that a mockingbird?
I'm usually a more natural style building, like earth and caves and stuff. But I'm trying more medieval gothic vibes. Ooh, that's fun, Squishy. Yeah, the caves have always been like also they've made them, they went from being super basic back in the day to now like the caves in Minecraft can be epic, and you have a lot of creativity that you can do with them too. Or yeah, opportunity for creativity of things that you can do with them, I should say. All right, let's see. How's that so far before we get too much into it? Maybe, I don't know how I feel about the dots in that area. Okay, I got an idea, and I think it's gonna be different. I wish for levels to be easier to get. Well, you can't always get what you want. Okay, I'm done. And then I think this is what I wanted to do. Chiseled stone bricks on the corners. Every other one. So then this one wouldn't have it. The bricks, whatever. I don't know the exact thing, but I think it's just survival multiplayer. So like a survival multiplayer server, something like that. Just as far as I understand, it just means that it's survival where like you actually have like health and you have to eat and all that, and it's multiplayer. But I do not know. I don't know why it's those letters. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, and theoretically, I could even build this as like a... I could even make this empty and have like something inside of it, but just the way that I build stuff is I usually try to build it more like natural, if that makes any sense. And not what my opinion of natural is, where like it'll have like foundations and it'll be solid all the way through some of the time, as opposed to just like a big hollow thing. I'm gonna go now. It's midnight for me. See you next stream, hopefully. Well, we're live 6 p.m. Eastern time, so if you hop by, we're usually live. This month will be live at 6 p.m. Eastern every day, and I've streamed for about 3 hours. So hopefully I can catch you. And if you aren't already following, consider dropping a follow, because it makes it a lot easier to find the stream. And I feel like as a streamer, we kind of have to feel obligated to remind people. Okay, take care. Let's see. Black, and how are we looking so far? I'm hoping good. We will find out. Scaffolding. Scaffolding makes this so much easier. I like it. That's way better. So it's like there, out there, there. Adam Victor. Adam, I played Yap Yap again with Sal, and we had a crazy good time. We got really far, so I can say even without updates, it's definitely worth playing again because of how much progress we were able to make. Like, even if they don't, have an update right away, it's definitely still worth playing again, just to get like one of like our squad streaming that and get that, see if we can make it that far with that many people. We only played with 2 people. It was me and Sal, or like we had like 3 at some point for a little while, but it was like me, Sal, and M for only like maybe a round or 2 before it ended up being just me and Sal. But like we both had multiple good wands, and I think the sweet spot probably is like 3 people, honestly, where you can like afford for everybody to have like a bunch of wands basically and have extra gold, or even 4 people, because like if you find all the frogs and you bring them back, the frogs spit up coins. And yeah, you definitely want to, like, they'll do it once each time. Totally worth finding them. I'm building the bridge, Adam, and I don't know how I want it to look. But so far, I was trying to get people to play tonight. Tonight? Like, what time tonight? Excuse me? You know I'll never be able to get this bridge done. Boom. Do I have any more of the powder? Oh, I do. So I can actually make that look like it goes further down even. Perfect. Anytime could be now. Oh, goodness. You... How dare. It's tempting. Yap Yap Squishy, it's kind of it's one of those like chaos games, but in this case it's very silly. It is a little scary though. But yeah, actually Squishy and I we're gonna do a stream together in Minecraft, so I did commit to the friend slop. I'm not the one who calls it that. I'm literally like hearing that as like the coined reference whenever somebody's introducing people to these games. And I don't think they're wrong, because like if you play the game solo, is what's going on with what does the game have going for it? Not much. Did you see the work I did on my area? Kinda. I got a peek. I didn't go up close yet. Looks good so far. What do we think about that? Should I do more stone bricks and less aggressive texturing? Or so far so good? I think it's coming out pretty well. I don't know how I like the double layer down there though. Maybe I replace that with some I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it'll look better later. There's always a chance I do like a single layer of something very dark, like polished deep slate or something. Just to make it kind of have like a ring right there. Or mossy stone bricks if I can make those. That was the other one I'm thinking. The Salgi ring, yeah. I like that I just got a head and just I'm just getting random junk while doing this. Yeah, it's like smooth. Yeah, so maybe I'll try something else there. The bottom ring is maybe not what I'm liking the most, but so far I like the texturing I've got going on. I debated if I wanted to maybe change it to where it's like doop 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 doop, but no, I like this more. That was very technical. Yes, yes. All of the dupes. I also wanted to make sure that this doesn't, like, any spot you see is stone or cement, so it looks like it's going all the way down. I didn't realize I put 2 different socks on, and now my laundry is all thrown off, and I'm upset. Squirrel. That is the most squirrel thing I've heard all night. Great. I'm sorry. Alright. Squirrel, put both pairs in the laundry tonight, problem solved. Oh, where are the other? Oh, where are the other two mismatches tomorrow? Where are the other two? Oh God, Squirrel's gonna drive herself insane just via laundry. We're almost done with our first hour. Yay! The daily streams are starting to ever so slightly wear on me. They are catching up. Are you saying Squirrel's not already insane? Yeah, that's true, Squirrel. I'm sorry to say. I hate to break it to you, but like, I think you already done lost it a little while ago. When I looked for socks today, I could only find 4 non-matching socks, and I decided it was fine. Okay, May. To infinity and beyond! Oh, you found them. I wouldn't let my mom do my own laundry because she would do it wrong. I wrote myself chores list because I'm a psycho as a child. Squirrel. What? Baby Snow needed a lot of therapy. Yeah. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. It's bath time. Bye. Oh, okay, my bye. Have fun. Don't fall in. Oh, wait. Maybe you want to fall in, I guess. You know, fall in gently. No, no, that's not it. How is our pattern going? Let's go find out from over here. So far, so good. Have I accidentally created other patterns? Yes. But will I persist with them? No. Maybe? I don't know. Not on purpose. Jesus, what is this? Yeah, like the random andesite that just keeps showing back. That's funny. Do I need to add the polished andesite in there? Yeah, I do. Like it's like set on there and like kind of like a brick, just like squared around. Rhenium. I think we still have one. No, never mind. I was lying. So we had Steve, Squirrel, and Squishy as the early birdies of the day. I just noticed it. Yay! How you doing, Prendium? Good to see you. Don't mind my bobbing up and down as I try to figure this out. And what up, fishies? Adam Victor. My neighbor's online. I'm making a bridge to, coincidentally, Mr. Adam Victor's place.
Well, don't drown now.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Whee!
Whee!
Good.
I'm here now.
I'm building a
Good.
bridge.
I see that. Oh, it looks really nice. Your texturing looks really good.
I'm trying. I don't have enough blocks
It
for it,
looks
but I'm
really
trying.
It looks really good. Do you have a stone cutter?
Yeah, base.
A
I probably
stone-
should get set up over
I was
here.
gonna say- Yeah, I was gonna say a stone cutter here will make your life 1,000 times easier. Especially because there's a cave here that you could just pop into for more blocks.
I'm gonna need more andesite for sure, which is such a weirdly
Yeah.
specific block that I'm
So
never
I want
looking
you to
for.
show me how you get up to your base from right here. How do you, like, from this ocean?
Well, the plan is to not have to get up there in the first place from here. Ideally.
Well, I have to right now. So what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Oh, see now this makes sense.
This is what I've been doing. And then I get to like where the bridge is, but I'm also still not done like making this reasonable either, but
I
like
see
yeah.
this.
I'm working on it.
I have dropped down here many a time.
I guess as it's a work in progress, maybe I should. Oh wow, I can't even.
Oh,
That is the worst.
I'm
There
not
we
hearing
go.
it. I hear biz, 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 biz.
What have you done?
Anyways, literally nothing.
Short from what? Oh no. Let's see. Do I have? Yeah, maybe, possibly. And then I'm realizing I'm
I
gonna
can
need
help.
the dang stuff.
I have iron.
What is
Yeah,
this
iron right now.
nonsense? This is just like a
I'm stealing the iron
weird
in your
opening.
cave, hope that's okay.
Go for it. I've
Hashtag
got
hope that's
plenty.
fine. Yeah, I could definitely just go
Plenty.
over to Prendium's.
Yeah, that's why I
Could
have
just be like,
plenty.
hey, Prendium.
I may have done
I
just
was
that
literally just
actually.
there. Yeah, I was literally just there. I don't. Oh, here, let me also get some torches out.
What a place. Mm,
Okay, so that's rude. I love
we
that
both have
that-
the same idea, but opposites.
Yeah, two very different.
You're like,
views.
I will remove
Hey,
stuff.
that's gravel.
Wee. What
Oh,
is
there's
this
a
block?
cave down here.
Why do I always forget about this block?
Gravel.
Granite?
Oh.
I
ew.
really always forget about granite.
Sorry.
Ew.
I dislike granite.
Well, maybe that's why I forget
have-
about it, if that's somebody's feelings about it already.
I have a dislike of granite.
I mean, maybe not like the block itself, but what about like polished granite? You're saying every form of granite's a no-go? Steve
Yep.
says, hi, poet.
Hi! I'm trying to get down here without dying. 'Cause
I don't
there's
know where we're
stuff down
going,
here.
but
Huh? Down?
I'm just following poet at this point.
Ooh, copper. Yes, please.
Ooh, hey, we
So,
found
I
it.
told you not to do that.
Why? You have led me to what I
No, what-
needed.
Hurt yourself?
Andesite for no reason? Yes, please.
Oh, there's more cave over here, just so you know. It's like a ravine.
We're currently hunting andesite because I need it for a bridge. That's I'm just gonna keep reminding.
Yeah, I just
So,
kind of got roped into this.
I just got roped in. I didn't
I
didn't make you do any of this, but also the andesite's gonna be super helpful. Did I come down with the inventory space for any of this? No,
I did.
obviously not.
I knew I was gonna end up on an adventure come to visit you. I knew it. I knew I was.
Are you
So I
saying
emptied
that
my
I
pockets.
coerce friends on adventures? You don't know.
I am actually exactly the same.
It's like
There's
what
a
I do
lot
in
of
real life.
excitement.
As you get older, you find that that's what you do with friends in real life. You're like, I don't have the time to just hang out, so like we need to come up with an excuse of something we need to do. I gotta work on my car. No. Oh god.
No, seriously. Can you come over so we can like do work? We don't actually do any work.
It's great.
We get no work done.
Get nothing done? Oh
How
goodness.
much andesite do I have? Hold on, let me fix something. Hold on. I'm out of
Sin,
space.
appreciate the
because I
lurk. Always
have
good to
a
see you.
million things
I hope
in
you have a great
copper.
stream.
Oh, why am I using my silk touch? What is happening?
Hello?
Hello?
I wasn't sure if I
Oh,
should have
hi,
said
Adam.
anything or
They're trying to
let you
repossess
try
your
to
car's
scare her.
extended warranty.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh god. Stab. Wait, stab. What? What? Oh goodness.
Stab.
What have you
Me and
done?
my copper need.
Probably
Adam has
Andesite I had
flooded
in
me.
dust.
I don't have the space for it. Help!
I don't
Poet!
know what to do.
I need
about
your
that.
inventory
What do you
space.
want me to do
Come
about
over
it?
here and collect it.
What if I don't want to? What
But
do
I
want?
need you to. I have a share chat invite. 1 second. Mute, mute.
Why am I punching this with my fist? I have.
Noise. Here we go. I like that it pops up. Okay, did somebody collect it? We're gonna have to go back to my base
I
with it.
did.
Nice.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be enough. I hate to tell this to you.
What do you mean? I have so much
There was
over
like
here.
8 stacks.
He gave me so much.
Oh, I was like, I only have like 4 stacks.
I don't know if it was actually 8 stacks, but there was a lot.
Excuse me? Squishy says for you to stop fisting.
Who is she talking
She said specifically, poet, please stop fisting.
to? What is she
Why
yawning
did I
about?
get... Oh my god, I reset stuff and it's just censored. Wow.
I love it. What have you done? Oh, well, Adam. Adam's a
have I
child.
done?
Little did we know. She said she was.
When did
Well,
I say
It's
that?
true, Poet. You did say you were just fisting everything, so...
yeah, well.
I don't remember saying that.
I love that we found a giant
Really
andesite
don't
like
remember.
area too on top of this.
This stuff.
I have never really needed this stuff, and then I'm over here building with it, and it actually looks pretty good.
I will also need it at some point. It's fine. I have.
Does she
60
think I
raw
can't hear? I
copper
guess
blocks.
so, Squishy. She thinks we're hard of hearing.
Probably.
Probably. Okay, okay. So, I have a fun story of the day, and also I have a ridiculous amount of coffee I'm still drinking now that I just remembered. I went to the coffee store, like a coffee shop near us. It's like a really local place. I literally think there's just one of them. It's owned by a nice lady, and she's actually there sometimes and everything. And they like take your name down.
Lady.
I mean, it's one of those places that's very proudly women-owned business, if you know what I mean. And they're like relatively new, so they've only been open for a couple years. I go in, I have like my full name like signed up so I could tell them my name and everything. And then we haven't gone in a while because, well, May got laid off like last week,
okay.
so it's been a little bit.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. That's accurate.
I'm actually in danger. This is terrible.
I need to get rid of something, and it's the shears. If anybody wants some shears, I just threw some. Oh, well, Poet wasn't kidding. So
I said I'm in danger. I'm not lying.
that was well timed.
I'm
Ooh,
not
sure,
really lying
type.
to you.
So I go in though today with May because we go to shopping, and we decide we're gonna get coffee together before we go. I literally have not got the inventory space for this. Have some torches.
I can carry stuff until... I could just carry the andesite.
I'm
And
repairing
as
my
soon as we
stack.
walk into the place, before we even order, before I even say my name, the girl looks at me and goes, "You forgot your card," because they have one of those punch cards, or like not punch cards, but like stamp cards, where every 5th coffee you get half off, at every 10th coffee you get a free coffee. And so my punch card was apparently like 1 punch away from a free coffee. I had them punch it to that point, and then I just forgot it. So she wrote my full name on it. Before I even said my name, she looked at me and was like, "This is your card. I have it here," and hands it to me. And I'm just like, thank you. This person totally was like,
That's really nice.
she felt so bad that I like had it punched at the point it was that she was like, I'm going to hold on to this. I don't even remember when we went last. It had to have been at least 2 weeks. But she just happened to be working, saw me, and was just like, this is yours.
The flesh of my enemy.
So I will be having a free coffee at some point, and I'm looking forward to it.
Sorry, I'm clearing inventory space.
You don't have the what? Oh, what have you found over there? This is fun. Is this where you were in danger from?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, this isn't even one I found yet, so it really feels like danger.
It was because
My base is chaos under me. Excuse me.
Yeah, mine's bad and it's getting worse every time I just strip mine like seconds.
You getting rid of this copper? How dare you?
Yeah, I've been taking some of your copper. Hashtag sorry.
How dare you?
Do you need it?
Maybe.
If I had any to give you,
Rude. Also, are you in full netherite? What the hell is this? How little do I play this game? Oh my god.
Vince, look here. Vince, look here. Because I just finished this.
You gonna show off all your tools or something? What is this?
Yep. What?
Okay, show off.
Hold on,
Adam doesn't even have a shirt.
And this one?
I don't even have armor. The netherite.
I don't even think he has shoes. Look at this guy.
Absolutely horrific. I need a screenshot. Poe, can you just stand over here? So
yeah, right.
Screenshot.
Please do share.
Already.
Also, take your sword out because it makes it even worse.
I need to make sure I have.
I have the urge to hit you, but I won't because I don't know if it will kill you or not.
Don't hit him. I want to look. Wait. I want to see.
Oh, Adam, you've died. You've died some since I last saw you.
Alright, I posted it. Yeah, I've done a lot, honestly. The construction of the church
has been dangerous. The dangerous church.
That is why you need feather falling, Adam.
Yeah, have you considered like enchanting gear, bud? It does help.
The Great Leaf.
Yeah, or actually, yeah. In fact, having gear in general. Have you ever considered that?
I'm just jumping off the tops of buildings at this point. I have no regard
I've
for
spent
my
too long
safety.
building. I haven't been doing any exploring. It's literally just been construction of the church.
I think I built some of the bridge or something like that. Like, I don't even know what I was doing, but I decided after I did like one small adventure that I was like, I need to finish gearing up because this is just too much.
I decided I needed full gear the first day.
Yeah, right.
I kept dying to skeletons.
I'm already ready for a backup gear. Like, I want to make it to where when I die, I could throw on like a full Prot 4 set to go reacquire my gear rather than have that like, oh, I've lost my set.
Like
it doesn't. On hard, I'm always ready for like dying and coming back because boy, it's gonna happen.
Sorry, I'm looking up.
And the reason MS pants on is because he wouldn't be allowed in stream with that. Oh my goodness. Friendium.
Not wrong.
Well, Adam, at least thank you for having pants. I am realizing that, yeah, you could have came without pants, I guess, and that would be worse.
That would be interesting. Squishy!
Squishy!
Also, I posted the screenshot in your Discord.
Squishy! Okay, then I have to peek.
You literally, Poet, you look like a bloodthirsty, like, marauder.
Good. It fits the vibe this season.
Oh my god! Are you a skeleton? What am I? What the hell is this?
Like
Adam, how are you playing with this? Oh my god. I want to see what my bridge looks like when I build it too. And like you're thinking, that's gonna be so much fun.
I'm gonna go into the dark. See what happens.
I'm gonna go back up to build, and I'll just leave you all to harvest my materials for me. Thank you.
Absolutely not. Actually, Adam and I will go on it. No, because
sorry.
You want to know how many stacks of andesite I have? Would you like to know?
How many? Need all of them?
Hold on.
Wait.
I do have so many.
Can I zoom into the individual pixels on your face? Kind of.
Almost 12. I almost have 12 stacks.
I think that's too many. I don't think I need that many for this bridge, but I appreciate that he has brought that many over here, I guess. And slash that you've mined out
mined
like an
most of
absurd
it.
amount, because I actually, yeah, he brought 8 stacks, so I don't even probably need any of yours, so that's just you mining andesite at this point. How do we get out of here, though?
It gives me a reason to show off my pickaxe.
I feel like
But I
we
worked
put
so
torches
very
down, or
hard.
did I just have one in my hand the whole
You
time?
did not. Adventure time! Wait, is that copyrighted? Can I even say that?
Who knows? We're gonna find out.
Ooh, iron.
Dig
Dig
up.
up. Thank you, Prendium.
Appreciate
Sorry.
the Captain Obvious
coal.
in the chat. Oh, sorry.
Shh.
I have 0 space for anything
I do.
because I was building and then we left. How dare?
That was on you, I fear.
Oh, well,
I'm
You're not
fixing my
wrong.
pickaxe. And also getting coal. Because I feel like I never have enough for torches. And it's anchored. So this is definitely not the way we came in here.
yeah, we're going down now.
Like that.
This is like
There, stop it. I see an emerald. I
other
don't care.
direction. Excuse me, you're not allowed to have my emeralds. Those are my emeralds.
But what if I mine it for you?
I don't care what you do. I was kidding. I will just be trading lay villagers for the emeralds, so it's fine.
Oh, I need it for building purposes.
Like the actual block, because I like the look of it. Oh, I'm above you. I'm right where we just came from. I didn't go down there. That place is scary. And I don't have torches.
You don't have any? I have 51
Zilch.
on me.
I gave them to
Actually,
somebody
I'm a liar.
because I don't know why.
I have 60.
And I cannot fit anything in my
Come
inventory.
here. I can. Okay, we're gonna go this way.
I think we just live in here. Is that Adam again? Adam, do you
Nope.
remember where we
Yeah, we're back over here. We go this way.
go?
Yes, we go this way.
Do I trust Poet? I guess.
Adam made a staircase down here.
Oh, nice.
At least for the most part.
Oh, and then just gave up and got out of here. Yeah.
Ah! Anyways,
Don't die.
don't worry about that.
Pew, pew, pew. You just have a little cave system we've just created down here.
Yep. Who is over here?
It's definitely
Oh, I think
Adam Victor.
Really? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know,
Creeping around. Where are we?
Yeah. Look up. You
I mean, like,
goober.
once we get out of here, I'm curious.
Yeah, we're right here. This is where we
What
came
the
in.
hell? Oh, okay.
Turn around. Turn around.
We found it.
around. Every now and then. Where should I dump my 7,000 things of andesite?
I'm gonna need to put a whole chest down just for this. One moment.
Yep.
Because it turns out there's
Anyway.
like an can't get off the chest, you little nuisance.
No, go
Jesus.
back on the chest.
I hate it. I love that somebody decided to make that a mechanic. It's like, yep, you know what
I
cats do?
understand your-
They inconveniently sit on things. There we go. We have the andesite, it looks
that's
like.
gravel.
Yep,
Yeah.
those aren't
Cobblestone.
those aren't the same things, but okay. Thanks for those
No
random
comment.
things.
Yep, no
Oh,
problem.
you have
There's
inventory
also this one.
space?
I do. Why? What are you about to give me? Oh my gosh.
There's your copper back.
Rack blocks, very good.
This is my. Did you just say here's your copper back? That's
Yeah,
so
remember how you
funny.
gave me a bunch? There's some of it.
Wow.
I thought you said you needed more. Like you still didn't
No, I'm
have
done.
enough.
I'm pretty much done. Honestly, the whole church is almost done.
Yeah, I keep. Yeah, because whenever I
The
go to
Church of
Basilborne, I
Basel.
don't know how to get to Vince's. I came through your portal the other day, and I was just in an obsidian box, and I was like, "Hello, excuse me."
Yeah,
I was stuck in that
Nice.
maze of a basement you have for like
It-
15 minutes.
it's just a circle.
Yeah, but it was a maze because I couldn't find my way out. Adam,
Well, you got the. I mean, with your armor, you fit right in. It's a tomb. Oh, it's nighttime.
There we go. Oh, sleepies. I'm sleeping. Let's see. Gravel. I'm gonna bring 2 chests over there. Putting some stuff away. Oh, it was my first ground head. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Little nuisance cat, I tell you. Get back. She actually pushed him back on the chest. How dare. Keep that going. We'll bring the rest of this over there. And we'll start getting set up for what we need, just so we don't have to run back and forth. So I'm gonna set a stone cutter, some chests down. I'm gonna fill up the chest with some stuff. And try to make it to where this is just a little easier. I might also make this area keep going down. So like this, I would kind of want to make actually get filled in soon. So we'll move all of this for now. And then we can always put this back later. That's because a lot of the stuff's gonna get removed or like disappear because I'm gonna be putting a lot of grass down to like move this layer back. Make it to where this actually isn't just like a straight up incline. We can try to put some of this stuff away now. Squishy! Because all of this is kind of one big setup, although I think the terraforming might have to come sooner than I was anticipating just because of all of this. So far, we're working on it. The base, I think, is coming along. Like, I've got, like, the general idea as to what I want to do. although I haven't decided exactly what the plan is. So I got the texturing, I've got the like foundation, we have cement going up, stopping there, and then a pretty satisfactory layer coming up. But I don't know if I want to make it have like a curve, so it'll like kind of go like up and then like have like a curve between the two to make kind of an arch between these two pillars, and then maybe another arch over here. Or if I'm just gonna have it go straight up and then this is just gonna shoot across with like a 3 wide base, so then it would be like 3 thick by 5 wide all the way across, with these pillars just coming straight up into it. If I do something like that, then I try to make there be like what looks like kind of like steel supports, making it look kind of more like a modern bridge in a way, but with like a dirt road on top of it. But I haven't exactly decided, but I've got something planned. And I think it'll be good. Right now, though, the goal is ideally to get like these pillars built up today in the next, hour and a half, and make it to where getting up and down from here to there is way easier, because that way this bridge, at least once you get up here, then it'll be smooth getting up to there, because otherwise what's the point of this path? And I want to make there be a side path, so maybe like over here, that lets you come up and down pretty easily, because then if you're down in the water and you stop down there, you could get up to this side of the bridge and go down. So like maybe that way, kind of setting it up to our dock could be over here. I might even make it be like that direction. We'll see though. Yeah, actually that would make even more sense, honestly. So I might like take this, dig up like a path up here. Yeah. Let's see. If I was to do something like that from right here, what would that look like? Mm-hmm. Some extra dirt so I can make this happen. But yeah, Poet had a point of where do you get up from, and I think the solution to that is quite simply have a path like right over here that makes it really easy. Oh wow! It's almost like I've been live every day, Silver. Nerd! Good to see you. Silver! How dare you?
Smokier Silver just redeemed Hydrate.
Who do you think you are? Fine. Someone took... Yeah, well, that's because you're never here first, Silver. Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. Look, it's also because may or not have... May or not have, insight into when I'm going to be live, when I'm like, okay, I have to go upstairs because I have to go live. Why does my dirt path not want to stay dirt? Excuse me? Like I'm tunneling into a mountainside or something. How dare. Oh, wow. Silver. Don't give me that. Thank justice for silver. Oh no. I'm wondering. This may not go well, but I want to try it anyways. Free silver! I'll take free silver. Oh, that's not what you meant. I'm not paying for it. Oh no. Uh-oh. Waggles Ashley. Oh no. This guy. Can somebody quickly ban this Adam guy for me? Thanks. Appreciate it. This is a bridge access point. So now if you're in the water and you need to get up, you can come over here, go up that way, but I'm going to set this up with stairs. So that's going to be a thing. I'm debating. I don't know how this would work, though. Let's see. 1, 2... No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Interesting. Yeah, I think I just want this to be a staircase, honestly. So that'll be something I do. Steve, appreciate the lurk. I hope you enjoyed dinner. Eat some good food. Yeah, holding. Alright, I think actually how I should do this is come up to here. Set this all back one, so that way this is just a full-on staircase. And then there. And then Okay. Just like that. Ah, too much. No one. Yeah, exactly. That was good. Alright, I'm probably gonna need dirt, so we'll leave that behind. I know I'm gonna need as much stone bricks as I can. That behind, we'll leave this one brick wall behind. We will bring that random stuff back. Keep my cracked stone bricks. I have stone brick stairs, but I don't plan on using it for this exactly. Oh, I gotta bring the andesite over here too. I need to find me one of those space babes. What, Silver? What? Really? Oh my god. I have not seen that in so long, Silver. How do you still remember any references from that? Where's my little heart emotes? I have heart emotes around. Let's see. Reaper hearts. Pink, pink, pink. Okay, let's see. How? Oh, I remember now. Oh, boo. The packed mud's so annoying to make, but I need more mud. Alright, fine. How do we do this? We'll figure this out. This is me building a little mud area for me to put dirt and make the mud in, because, well, I need it. Also, did I ever even hydrate earlier? Maybe, maybe not. Every time I take a sip, you can see my mic activate in the bottom left on Minecraft. Love it. And then little water thing. Nope. Okay, I just need to grab water over here. Where'd I put that bucket? I guess I need a new one. Water bucket. This is just such a silly little thing, so that way I can have some dirt. There we go. That should be plenty of polished andesite. We'll take some regular andesite. And where What are we at? 2 hours almost? Nice. Stream in Minecraft always just goes by smooth. So I could just get lost in Minecraft with the amount of stuff that I feel like I need to do. And then dirt. Water bottles. Could still be unlimited water, yeah. Okay. And oh no. This is why I have such a hard time getting the mud right now, 'cause I don't really know how else to get it any faster than this nonsense. Which is not fast at all. It's in fact super slow. I don't actually know how much I need of this, but I need enough to make the stairs be able to go all the way down without an issue. That's why I regret any time that I've chosen to build at this setup so far. Be making mud. So that way I can make the mud stairs and all that nonsense. The packed mud. And it's a nuisance. So I don't think there's any other way to make it other than this. Which is slow. Wrong way. There we go. And then it's down. Balcony break. So water on dirt makes mud. Water bottles into the dirt makes mud, and it consumes the water bottle completely. It's something that they did at some point, and then if you dry out these using like the dripstone under it, you actually can get clay from it as well. So you can turn mud to clay. But dirt's not exactly renewable as far as I know, so. Yeah, this was them adding in like more, I'd say like more blocks variety in a way, because there are areas that solely build with dirt, so they wanted to support like that theme of building. And so when they did that with when they added like more of that like setup, they had to make this. And so it was interesting. I definitely appreciate that they did it, because I always was annoyed that like if you wanted to build anything big with clay, it was kind of a nuisance, and I know I've always had way too much dirt, so giving me a way to make clay out of dirt and also giving another block variety in that at the same time was really nice. Gonna have to do this for at least another stack. Oh. And then how do you make packed mud though? I see wheat. So you need wheat. Packed mud. And then mud bricks. Okay. Mud brick stairs. Could you dispense the bottle of water with red tongue to make the mud? Probably. Yeah, which, like, if I was doing this for more than what I am, I probably would try to come up with some way to automate it, but I'm just too flippin' lazy for that. Put that away. Piece of sand away. Alright, gonna try it with like 2 more stacks, maybe, give or take. And then we'll go from there. All I ever wanted was a piece of bread? Oh no. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to automate this, honestly, though. And if somebody does, I would honestly buy... Oops. I would honestly buy that from them because, well... I have clearly been too lazy to automate it, but I have the need for these blocks at times. What? What are they rambling about over there? Are they bullying you over there? Bullies. Everybody just picks on silver and I'm all for it, actually. Okay. Ooh, I just realized I could do this too. Kicking on with love. Hell yeah, Adam. Love that. It's like most of Silver's online experience. Hence the nickname Liver. Oh, wait. Yeah, if I needed more than what I do, I would definitely find a way to automate this, but right now I just need... I think I'm probably gonna have more than I need from just doing this, so that's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's just like, I've set up something like this twice now, just so that way I could get these blocks. Bleh. They sound so weird when you line them. They're very squishy. Then always good to see you. Second one. Good. And with that, I can mud even more of them. That looks so very tedious. Yeah, well, thanks, Adam. I didn't say it was gonna be easy. I'm just getting it done. I'm actually almost done. I've only got maybe one more of these to go, and then I'm done. Then back to bridge building. Look, blame Poet for making fun of the fact that there's no way to get up. So I was just like, oh, well, I guess I need to fix that. And I just like blaming Poet for things. All right. The squishiest blocks around. I might pop by and say hi to Squishy at some point. I seeing something here? Yeah, good. Okay, so we are on the last ones. Honestly, once you get a little bit of a pattern down for it, though, it's actually not even that bad to do. Definitely not something that I would just do for the funsies, or if I was building like an entire base out of it. If I was doing anything more than what I'm doing right now, I would automate the hell out of this. Done. And with that, we can put our sword back where we want it. Pickaxe, secondary slot like I do. There we go. And we will clean up. Oops. Forgot the random water block. Whoops. Made a mess. Gotta build my petals again. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And we will pull that out. Do some packed mud. Mud bricks. And mud brick stairs. And some more out of there. Packed mud. Mud bricks. Packed mud. Mud bricks. Packed mud. And maybe I'll leave that like that. And then let's just do some more stairs. Okay. Now that that's done, back to what we were doing. Well, if I can't get rid of it in there, it gets destroyed. Wheat. Honest away, dandelion away. Having some more bricks get cracked. Need the doctor. Wait. Doctor. Perfect. Pepsi is good. Pepsi and Dr. Pepper are my two favorites, but I also grew up in a house that drank mostly Pepsi. Ads are starting for 3 minutes, everybody. Consider subscribing if you hate them. All right, andesite, polished andesite. And then stone bricks. Chiseled bricks. And more regular stone bricks. Okay. And then with this, we can actually set down the mud brick stairs. Yay! Dirt and dirt. Stairs. Okay, much better. We're basically just trying to make this one big set of stairs so that way you can get straight to the bridge from right here, and then at the bridge we're going to go further down. I forgot we're in ads, so I'm actually going to take a momentary break. I'll hop off and then be back on afterwards. I'll save the recording. We hung out with people. Okay, I'll be BRB during the ads. One moment. Stick around. Oh my god, Kiwi's message got deleted. I love that. Oh my god. I love that I keep it set up to where I could see the deleted messages. The worst part about that, though, is that, it's only good until you get somebody who's, like, a real asshole, because then, like, if I see, the deleted message will extra annoy me. But that's okay. I tend to like to know what it is rather than feel like I'm missing out. And I can always adjust the setting anyways. Yeah, actually, I can adjust the setting so easily that I could do it directly in the thing, which is like, that's nice. Okay. Basil, we're back to it. Took a short little break. That was good. We had at least another hour. I popped by, say hi in Jedi's chat. I think he mentioned something about Yap Yap, but I didn't quite catch it because I am busy. But if I think he said something about it tomorrow, but I think Sal said Wednesday, so I don't know what Jedi's on about. But the Yap Yaps will happen again for sure. Wee! Wee! So much faster. Okay. And then... digging all this nonsense out. I'm hoping that this doesn't look too cut into the mountain, and if it does, I'll end up changing stuff, but right now I'm kind of going for like this path being like directly just cut through the mountain, and so far it seems like it's okay, but we'll see. We are like I could push it out a bit more and then have it go back down. But I'm thinking it might be better if it just cuts right through this, because it seems like it will then make this area down here not push out as much. We're gonna get cobble, because I don't have the thing to give me anything but cobble. I want it to be mostly dirt here, though. Like, it's cut through just the dirt area. I don't know. Maybe I'll feel differently later about that, but if it looks weird, I can always add, like, some different material to look like it's holding up the dirt wall or whatever, rather than there be, like, just a bunch of dirt right there. That'll be more long-term preferences. Ooh, it's coming along. Just like come back though, just see a message deleted by Kiwi, be like, no wait, Kiwi's why would that happen? But no, instead I'm like, oh, okay, good. It's fine. I also love how much Squishy uses moderation tools to just mess with people. So far, so good. Nice. There it is. It's not much, but I think it's better than what we had. Now with this, ooh, I've got the slabs up there I could set down. Oh, come on. I hate that. That is the most single infuriating thing with stairs when I accidentally keep doing that. Because when I want to put the stairs like that, I can never figure out how to do it. Playing Minecraft forever, but that's one of the things that I just struggle on completely. Yay! Okay, and then we'll get some more stairs. Excellent. Nope. Just felt like seeing how I felt about that. I don't like it. That's how I feel about it. Hello? May, hello? Up we go. Silver's just talking about something over there. It's an active night tonight. So should I get on? Well, I don't know if you want to. I want cake. Nobody's stopping you from having cake, May. Although we don't have any cake, so joke's on you. Make some cake. Find a way. And if we don't have the stuff for it, then what did we just go shopping for? Not cake? Excuse me? May you want to play Yap Yap? Whoa. No, I just got my voice back. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's go continue this. Oh, we have to limit how long I'm allowed to use the fire wand. No fire wand for May. Got it. Adam's all about this. Adam's like, okay, well, we can make that happen as long as we're, you know, playing the game. Adam, are you a little bit addicted to the new to yapping? Are you a yapper? I had such a good time with yeah. It was a lot of fun, yeah. Yeah, we didn't even do good. That's what's even hilarious. We didn't like after I played with Sal, I learned like we did not even do remotely good. That was us like struggling. Alright. So we're gonna need crackstone bricks. We'll put the bricks away. We'll make a stack of them in our inventory. Crackstone bricks. Those kind of bricks. Was I using smoothstone? No. Andesite. Yes. I won't eat it. What am I not eating? Oh. Yeah, that's true. Not wrong. Wow, Silver. Okay. Okay. Silver's being a bully. Okay. Oh, wait, nope. That's why I always gotta put that block first. I'm sticking with that pattern the best I can. Oh god, I'm fine. Excuse me, somebody has a sniffer? Sniffler? Wow. Of course Prenium does. Prenium is good at Minecraft, unlike all of us. Oh wait. Rude. Rude. Oh, I see. Even more rude. Well, I like that we've just been left out, apparently, Adam. Yeah. Come hang out with them. Oh, God. How are things coming along over here, though? Let's see. I think I have too much of a pattern of that, so we're going to move that one over. Yeah. So far, I'd say it's coming along pretty nicely. Good to see you. Kind of do just a couple layers without any of the andesite or anything like that. Only so much more to go. Let's take a look. Yeah, we can add some more. Oh, I can actually get rid of this. That'll help. Give me. Drowned gurgles is so gross sounding. Weats join the shared chat. Hell yeah. Oops. Share chat. Yeah, that's right. We got a squad going on. Oh no. Am I the only one here? Twitch is just like, you don't have anybody there. What? Excuse me? Alright, let's see. Gurgles of the Drowned is the name. What does that even mean? Everywhere something just popped up, something about squishy. I don't. Okay, whatever. It's just that like Squishy canceled the request to join, and I was very confused. I don't understand what it just popped up on like all of my Twitch things. Twitch be twitching over here. I don't know what that even means or why it said it. This one I'm purposely putting all the andesite right in the middle. We'll see if it looks weird or good. And then chiseled. Elder's face emote is cursed just a little bit. I'm hoping that this is still keeping the same like general look, but we will see. Whee! Okay. Ooh, so far so good. I like it. I think it's coming along swimmingly. Will I be able to remotely do the same thing over here? No. I was just thinking that, yeah. It's like, well, is it gonna look like the same on both sides? No, but like, will I try to keep a similar pattern? Yeah, definitely. And then if I like eyeball it and it doesn't look great, I will fix it. But yeah, the entire idea though is that it's not all just the same, because usually I would just make usually this entire thing would just be stone bricks and I would just call it a day. I'd be like, yep, that was my bridge. Looks great, right? And like maybe I'd wrap it with like a different material around the corners, but this is me trying something else where it's like it's all stone but it's very similar colors. So it looks just different. I've also know that like most people would keep this empty, but here I am with like a, you know, a solid center because it would drive me nuts otherwise. Now I don't know where I'm gonna end this at. I think it's gonna be basically like 2 or 3 more blocks up because I don't want the bridge to be more than 5 blocks like tall, but I might even go for as thin as 3 blocks and see what that looks like. But if it's 5 blocks, it's gonna be like maybe tapered in some way or something. I don't even know. We're almost there though. One more row of andesite to keep. Oh, no. So we got polished. And then corners.
Beginning to feel like a lizard. All my people from the front to the
Okay, Silver.
Now
Okay.
who thinks their arms are long enough to
I'll remember
They said
that.
I rap like a robot, so call me
Bully. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oop, oop. Potatoes. Mash them. Boil them, mash them, stick them in the stew. I do love that. I'm watching that again. Actually, that's okay. And then going. Almost there. Yeah, like the most I think I want to keep consistent on the other side, which is actually kind of like the main thing I kept consistent over here, is going to be these blocks. The alternating layer of these blocks, and even have them on the same height. Otherwise, as long as it's made out of the same material, I don't really care how different that side looks, because I think that'll be the thing that like kind of keeps them similar. Excuse me. We got about less than an hour left, I'd say. Imagine if you're 1 block off to the side. Well, you see, I make it a thing at that point. It's fine. Keep it. Alright, we're just about there. Also, hello! Well, hello, Green. How's it going? Alright, so let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, and then a top layer. So 4, that might be too many in my... So maybe I want to go up 1 before I do this. Ow. But yeah, this is kind of what I have in mind. I don't know if I'm gonna make there be any kind of like setup there, or maybe I'll just do like a 3-piece or whatever, or like a 1-piece, but it's not gonna be a lot of a curve if there is gonna be one. And that's kind of what I'm going for. It's just like a very basic bridge. I don't know, but like textured. We'll see. I'm kind of picturing like what like a rural area would install if they needed to get over an area, but not exactly make it like super fancy. There's not like some super overhanging thing or anything like that. Also, the music is too loud. There we go. So 1 more up, and also I'll probably do the alternating like I was doing. One more set of blocks. Oops, smooth stone. And polishing this on. Alright, and then if we are going to try it like this, let's do this. Ooh, I have an idea. But it will kind of defeat the purpose. Oh, actually, I need slabs now. Here we go. That should be enough. And then just like that. We'll do that on both sides. If this works out, great. If not, well, I tried. Smooth stone, more andesite, polished, and then we're gonna alternate back and forth. It ended up being the same on both sides. I don't think I meant to do it that way, but I'll just roll with it and see what happens. See how I feel about it. Just want this bridge to almost be done. All right. And then what do I want to do here? I think I have an idea, but we're gonna have to kind of see how it goes. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to try then. We'll put the stone away, we'll bring out the walls. Bring out the wall. And then squishy bullying. Oh goodness. All right. Give me my thing back. Absolutely gonna need way more smooth stone. But I think that is okay. Kind of assuming I'm gonna end up making this go out one more block on this part, and it's because then it'll be like, instead of it being straight right here, I might do a wraparound of polished deep slate. We'll see. I kind of like the idea of that, but it's gonna kind of be something that I'm gonna vibe out as I go. Yeah, I don't know if I'll end up going past what time I expect. Past like 10 or ish or whatever. But it really depends. I might try to get that other pillar done before I do like the final decorating next stream or whatever. As long as I get like the base of this down, I will be very happy. No. Dang it. Okay, let's take a look. Whee! What do we got? So far, I like it. I like it a lot, actually. 3 layers of that with some varying thick, like, depth on the side, especially if I come out one more. I think this will look pretty good. The part that's a little questionable is how this is going to connect up with this one, but I think we'll figure that out. Squirrel! Oh, I love it. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. I need more spruce stone, as I expected, so time to go back to base. I don't drink pop, don't ban me! It's okay, Squirrel. Squishy can only delete your messages from Squishy's chat. Dr. Pepper has my vote. Oh, good. I get an orange, crush, or Fanta once a year or so, but that's it. Am I gonna have to go grab a pop? Because I have some. I swear right now. What are you all doing to me? Dr. Pepper does have a doctorate. Exactly. I believe that makes him qualified. There we go. Put stuff away because I don't need all this. Polished stone. Oh, I did crack stone bricks, but I definitely need more of the polish now. Put some coal in there. And then stone, that would just be regular stone recooked again. Thank you. Bagged milk touching strays over here. Oh, the bagged milk thing is so strange to me. The fact that it exists at all is like, what? Bobbert, hello? Bringing lots of stone over there. Finn, good to see you again. Sin, that's how I feel about Dr. Pepper. It's refreshing. No. Let's see, where is... Do I even have Deep Slate? Oh, I know where it is. I remember now. Bob, Minecrafting. Love to hear it. Minecraft Monday. Your notification didn't go out. Well, that's never fun. Polished deep slate slab. Polished deep slate. Deep slate slabs. Okay. Stack and a half of that. This inventory is getting filled to the brim. Bring some more cobbled so I can make more of it if I need to, and let's go back. I have an idea, but I'm gonna have to go put this stuff over there, come back and grab some more what are they? Bamboo and string so I can make some more scaffolding for this, and then I'll go and try to check it out. Okay, stone. And I'm thinking of doing something along the lines of like this. Oh, actually. Maybe. It'd be more like... Okay, so back to my sock dilemma. I have the other two that match the mismatching ones that I have on right now set aside to wear tomorrow, but now I have one lone white sock and I will puke. I cannot handle my socks. It's truly just... Squirrel, oh no. Well, that's rough. Squirrel's in a sock situation, I tell ya. Thinking of doing something like this, but I don't know how it'll look really. Squirrel has sock situation going on. Wore the wrong socks, mismatched socks, and now has two pairs of socks that are both only have one clean sock, I guess. So far, I think this is what I'm gonna go for. We'll see though. I think less of the slabs is going to be something that I will do, though. The Irish goodbye is crazy. Wait, what? They grow up so fast, Kiwi. Okay, so I think I don't like the idea of the deep slate being this much under. So we're gonna change that just a little bit. Alright, I've got my scaffolding back. Hmm. I took the polished slabs and I still went under it, but instead of where I was before. Okay, if I can get to it. Oh my god, May is making a cake. What? Now what if I did this instead of the other side? Is what I'm trying to go for here. Oh, and I just keep doing this. This is gonna drive me insane. Up, up, up. Ooh, we're in ads. Hey-oh, we've made it to 3 hours. Okay, I want to progress on this a little bit more still. Realize that that's not what I would have done there at all anyways. The hell was that? Can I help you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh, I know you're there. Somebody's there. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Silly nonsense. Okay, let's see. That's what I thought. We'll just pretend like they're not real, and then they'll go away, right? Right. It's we out.
It's a Vincent.
Hello?
Hello.
How's it going? I've just been trapped over here the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, because you
see.
didn't start the bridge yet. I mean, you did now, but...
I was gonna say, are we
it.
looking at the same thing? Okay.
Are you blind? What's up, dude?
I am losing my mind as to how I want to build this thing so far, but it's going well so far.
Well, heck yeah. Love it.
Let's see if I do this. I'm testing how I like the look of something, so I'm kind of setting it up to start. And then I think this
Lovely.
is still gonna be. I don't know if I'm gonna end up making it lower than I thought I was, but the plan was basically make this just like a filler block, and then there'd be another block up here, actual wall here, wall here, and then it'd be a 3-block wide like path that you can't jump off the side of.
Look at that. Like, just every other block.
I see you.
Hi. Or you could add, I mean, you could even add depth and do something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I'm not stepping on your toes, I promise.
So far, I'm basically planning on making it like this thick, and then this is going to be like the layer that we'll actually be walking on, so I don't know what this layer is going to be.
Oh.
And so that way the bridge has like some beefiness to it rather than just being like a little thin thing. And so that was kind of what I was going for. So this is like a base layer that I'm actually going to be able to see. And this is just like a filler layer that I theoretically could leave empty because nobody would see it anyways, but I fill the stuff up. And then this is going to be one that is going to maybe be like mud bricks or something. And then coming through here, I kind of want it to be like, you know, like a set of walls here.
Hell yeah.
And so that way it's like 5 wide with 3 actual walkable areas, but we can't like we won't be able to hop our horses off accidentally. And then like this is just going to add depth on the sides is the idea. So I still got a lot to go, but that's like where I'm at on the thoughts.
I like it. I really like it, actually. Here, I have some stuff of yours. Is that?
Yeah, and I have so much stone because I have a stone generator, so I've just been going nuts with it. But yeah, this block isn't going to be stone bricks. This is going to be like something else. I might do them packed mud, but it's kind of a headache to make any of it, so that's been fun.
I highly recommend tough because you can do a lot of design work with tough.
Oh, actually, that could go well here. And I think, isn't that like polished tough too?
Yeah, there's polished tough. You can get tough with like many designs and stuff that you can outline. Like, do you have tough?
Probably not enough for a lot of building with it, but I think I do.
Just maybe like an example type dealio.
This is also where I've made it to where you can get it easily up and down. And then I was thinking long term we would be able to make a dock right here if we wanted to because of the whale being straight out that way. This could be like an easy way to go over to there from here if not going from
Amazing.
directly from like a base or whatever. But that was a headache
Love
to make
that.
too. But yeah, this
haven't been to
bridge
your
is
base
coming
yet.
together.
I like
Oh,
it.
Well, you
It's
came at
really
a right
cool,
time
actually.
because now it's easy to travel between places a little bit more because this was a headache jumping up and
Heck
down.
yeah.
Put some stuff away since I'm building with all of this over here.
Oh, I love the flower-lined path.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same thing down there up until the bridge later. All of the
Okay, like,
pink
this is
areas filled in.
Genuinely freaking gorgeous, dude.
My builds are slowly getting spread out now that I've got that bridge over there. We got the path coming through, and then it goes like each direction. So this goes all the way cutting through the base, and then it cuts all the way to the ocean that direction. Yeah, it's great.
I love how spread out it all feels, you know?
Yeah, at some
dude,
point
you have
there
so
won't be like
much
such a
stuff.
chest monster going on. Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Nice.
Let's see.
I just realized I have pale moss. Ooh.
Do you perchance have a grindstone? Not a grindstone, stone cutter.
I set it over there because that's where I was building. So we have. It's a little bit of a walk.
Oh, okay.
It's like right here. This is where my villager trading outpost is going to eventually go, but I've laid it down and then I got exhausted from how much I already did. So I took a break. The foundation was enough work that I was like, I need a break from this massive building.
Okay, I have examples.
Just looking for nonsense at this point. Let's see, what do I got?
Nonsense.
Oh, I do have more polished wall. Good. Ready. Let's go back.
I have a balcony in my build, and it is to only be used for balcony time.
I love that.
So yeah, whenever you come over, it's balcony time all around.
Well, I'm gonna wait to sleep before we go. 1 second.
All good, all good. Pretty smart, actually.
My guy just enjoyed his own balcony time. I like how the villagers can just sleep whenever they feel like.
I know. Oh, look at
Also,
that.
good night, Adam.
Yeah. I love that you have a joint, weed, and then just a loaf of bread.
Yeah, it's a snack.
It's all over the place.
You gotta have a snack.
I love it. That's
Yeah, right.
genuinely brilliant.
It's great. Oh, I got slowness. I have regrets. This is what I get for too much balcony time. I'm moving so slow. I think the bridge, the visuals of the bridge are actually coming together though, and I'm happy. Because this was a much less intense build because I don't have to put a roof on it.
Yeah.
The
Oh, it looks
villager
cool
trading
here.
place is killing me because once I get to the point of needing a roof, I don't know what I'm going to do for it. I haven't decided if I want a flat roof, like a, you know, a diagonal roof or whatever, or just what I'm going for, but
Okay, so my immediate thoughts were outline here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 with the spirals, and then maybe do like a potentially.
I like it.
I also like it. I think it looks really good. It actually looks better than I thought it was gonna look. At first, I was like, it might not look the best, but
I think it's gonna go good with the fact that I'm mostly using like mud blocks leaning up to it too. Constantly messing with stuff.
It honestly looks really Roman, kind of.
'Cause I didn't want to do like a mud surface on the top, but I also didn't want to stick with the stone surface on the top.
Yeah. It's a good middleman, I think.
And I also like this in the bottom, so I'm gonna probably stick with what I'm doing there.
I may steal this for my floor at my my base as well. We
Go
could
for
just
it.
this okay. I didn't know if you wanted this to be exclusive or not.
Nope. No, but yeah,
Cool.
but what I'm gonna do is put those up here, so it'll go one block up higher. I'm going
Oh, okay,
to
perfect. Yeah.
do this is what I'm thinking, where it'll be like 2 blocks of that. And then I put away my polish. Like basically the polish would go right here. I have one right there, so I can just that. And then the slab layer will come over. And then we'll have a fence just like this one is, but I don't know if it's gonna necessarily be this fence. It might be something else. I might even stick with like a polished deep slate fence right here. Just because I don't know.
This looks awesome.
The dark with like this black with the green might look really good. And then this would go up here. We got.
This literally looks so good, Vince.
Those are some that's a crazy looking block though.
Oh yeah.
Pretty
I
wild.
love tough blocks. I wish you could turn them on their on the side. So
Chiseled
that you can
tough
get
blocks?
the and
Interesting.
then polished.
Yeah, it's not quite gonna do it justice so if I do it like that, but we'll see. I might not have the fence there then. Depends on how if I feel like the fence will make it look good or not. But so far,
here,
I like it.
Quick, maybe on this. Put a fence down there. And put one on top. And then build over and then put one there.
I like that.
Maybe. Give it some pass through on the light.
Yeah, it makes it wider than I was originally gonna have it, but it might look good. It'll just depend on how it looks from a distance, really. I definitely have committed to all of the...
You like.
I have to get more polished slabs is what I'm realizing. I like it so far. Yeah, I like the idea of a green top for it.
Yeah.
Just kind of changing it up from just gray completely.
Oh, whoops, I did a goof.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, right there is where it'll be the that layer. Another thing I was thinking is maybe is there tough like walls? Is that a thing?
Yes,
Actually no.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then that might be something I could do instead to make it to where this top layer sticks with the tough.
100%.
Might factor that in.
Yeah, the design is really cool though, I think.
So, have you seen Yap Yap? What? It's like how there's like Repo and Peak. It's wild.
Oh.
It's like, think about Repo, but reverse. Instead of trying to bring stuff back, everything you see, you smash it immediately.
Oh, no, I did see that.
And then you have to use your voices. Yeah, we played it on Saturday with some people, and then on last night I played with Sal, and that was just, it's hilarious. It definitely has some, like, with more updates, it could be really good, but even right now, it's like, you could get a good like 5-6 hours into it and have a good time on it.
I love that.
It's only like $8, I think, right now, so it's really, really a silly game for the price. I gotta grab more blocks up here.
Heck yeah. All good.
Oh, I thought I had some polished already. Good.
Do you have a nether portal?
I don't, but I think Adam. Well, I do, but mine sucks. I think Adam does, though. That's really very useful.
Oh, okay.
I recommend
I
Adam's.
am gonna leave you to your build and go. I need to get some diamonds.
Well,
so
I think this is gonna look awesome. So thank you. I appreciate the help.
of course, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
Because that
You-
was
I
the
mean,
one
you-
thing I
you-
hadn't figured out. Where I was like, what do I want to do for a surface right here? And this is looking pretty cool.
I absolutely like tough is becoming one of my favorite blocks. So like you can just do so much with it, and I think it just looks fantastic. So
The
glad I could help.
squishiness of it is what gets me. But this matches
yeah.
my my squishiness over here. It's like,
And the fact that you can have an efficiency 5 pickaxe and just melt through an entire vein of tough is so nice.
oh yeah, I'll definitely have
Like,
no problem
literally-
getting more of it because it's
Oh,
in
yeah.
the deep slate area.
Yep. And when you
Steve,
mine
the bridge is
just, like-
going well. Yeah, it's fun. Can't wait to get what are they, the beacons in the future? That'll be good.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm so excited. Alrighty, buddy. Well, was
Always
fun.
good seeing you. Thanks for stopping by.
Love you, dude.
Eventually there'll be a much more useful bridge, but we're not quite there yet.
It's all good. I'm very excited to see it. Bye, Vince.
Bye. So just like cracks into the ground, that'd be hilarious. All right, we're gonna go make some more stone. No, you can Matt. Stop bullying him. Oh no. It spans Steve. It spans me. Since that body of water is now called Steve. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, okay. That is the Stephen Bay. Smooth stone. Well, I appreciate we coming by and hanging out. It's always nice. Can you burn a block of coal? Yeah, well, I assume if it goes in there, you can. So, cool. Does it last longer if you do? Find out. Scaffolding. Much better. My roommate, aka Ant, is out of town. Ooh. Squirrel scrims. Hello. Mud bricks. Oh wow, the blocks of coal do a lot more, it turns out. Bedtime. Excuse me. Adam left the game. Poet left the game. Everybody's leaving the game. back to my bridge. Key. Oh, dang it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Where am I? Okay. Barely. Okay, recollecting all my scaffolding. Okay. So far, so good. Save my scaffolding. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Excellent. I'm just trying to get rid of all these little path blocks that I have still, because we don't need them either. We no longer need the middle point of this anymore. So far, I think this is coming along swimmingly. And that's not because I just have to keep swimming because of it. I think that looks really good. I need to make both sides match now. So I want to settle on what I want to do for that, which I think I've settled on what I did for the other side. Nope, 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 nope. I want the top block. We're gonna make it the solid here all the way up. Much better. I smell something, and I blame May. I need some tough, I think. Wait. Also, where did all my did I have it? How much tough did I have? I love that we came over, said I had plenty of tough, and then I don't know where all my tough went. Was it all just a muse for Weoth to acquire my tuft? Squirrel's emote search engine book is wild, honestly. Put the stone, keep on cooking. Cool. I have enough to try it out. Cake is out of the oven. Oh, nice. No wonder why something smells like something. Polished tough wall. Tough brick wall. Not today, thank you. Throwing bricks. Otherwise, what am I doing? It does smell good, thank you. I'm a lead vacationer. Hey, shut up. Oh my god. Hmm. Squirrel is hilarious. Yeah, Squirrel notified every single person of every group chat she left. I do remember that. I did witness it, and I was like, Squirrel, what are you doing? The hell is going on? It was pretty great. Yep, I think that's what I'm sticking with. What a pain in the ass to get up here. We have made some progress so far. We've got the layers laid. So basically the main bones so far are placed, and now I just have to fill this all in, which isn't so bad. I may need some more tuft because it looks like that's going to be the block of choice. Thanks, man. My block of choice is cheese. You are so weird. No, I think what I want to do is every third, maybe I'll do an opening like this. So then you've got like that. Okay. Cheese block. Someone mentioned cheese. Steve. Oh god. May you summoned Steve. Look out. One, two, three. One, two, three. Oh. Hi, Steve. That's insane. Racer's gonna buy the same crazy supercomputer that Squishy has? Good for Racer. I like the block choice. Well, happy to hear that. Yeah, this is not what this will be, so that's important to note. And then, let's see. There. Nice. I like that. We're gonna do something like this, is what we decided. And we have to adjust the other side to make it to where like this set of 3s works. We will, but so far so good. Dash is still up. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Oh my days, Dash, go to bed. Yeah, but he probably should, you know? Will he though? No. I guess I have to ask now that I need some more. Yeah, because I'm definitely going to need more than what I've got. I can never tell or what my inventory right now. This is hilarious. You're right, the sun hasn't risen yet. The sun has set. British Empire. Oh my god. What are you going on about, Elder? I have 10 blocks. Oh. I had a conversation in my brain with myself. Elder sounds like maze every day, so it might just be a doctor thing, I guess. So far, so good. I think this is what the path is gonna be. Or something along those lines, maybe even. Maybe I'll adjust this just a little bit more, we'll see. But the bridge is coming together. Doctor thing. Yes, exactly. Exactly. One, two, three. Nope. Let's see. A brick wall. Is that a person? Hello? Hello? I see a Prendium out and about.
Hello?
How's it going?
Go.
We have made a bridge. It's not exactly a useful bridge yet, but it's getting there, you know? It'll be there one day. Ooh. Well, thank you. That actually helps a lot. Wow. Yeah, this is coming along. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the bridge after I got to like this point, but I think it looks good. Mostly because I wasn't sure if I wanted to have like a curve setup or if this would be okay with that, like just a solid pillar or whatever. And I think as long as you don't overthink about it, the one block like overhang kind of adds just enough that it's great.
Yeah.
And the polished deep slate, I think it really... I always just like polished deep slate. I don't know why. It's just one of my favorite touches to most of my builds. If a build doesn't have polished deep slate somewhere on it, it's probably not me. Well, okay, good night. I bored him to bed. You got a rainbow behind you. That was nice.
Ooh.
Double rainbow. No. God, I'll never forget that. Some chiseled stuff. Chiseled stuff. And then tough blocks. Polished tough. Polished tough. Polished tough wall. Bye, Elder. Good night. Get some good sleep, Elder. I only have so much more left in me before I will be calling it for the night. Prendium, thank you. I appreciate this. I never know if Prendium needs anything, but I just, at this point, assume Prendium has all the things that I don't. Not all, but most. Prendium's like, yeah, basically. Polished. So far, so good. Oh, Dash is finally going to bed. I guess I should set that up over here too. This kind of like how I'm planning on doing. So that means add the slabs over. Nope, that's not right. Slab, slab, slab. And then another look just to see how it's coming along. Yeah, that's the way. That's the one. Yep, I like it. polished stuff. Polished up wall. Did I leave any more polished? Or did I leave more cobblestone or polished like slabs in there? I need to make more of those because I want to be able to kind of complete that side. Polished deep slate slabs, perfect. Squishy, where are you going? Bye, Squishy. Oh, Squishy's back. Oh, good. Was worried there. Okay. I just wanted to make this look kind of, you know, symmetrical on both sides before I probably will find a good spot to take a break at. But so far, this is, I think, what the bridge is going to look like. That is completely an option. Yeah, maybe that's the only other thing that I would change, so we'll see. And that actually works out good because it makes it where those don't connect, so I do kind of like that. Ads playing, last ads of the night. Ooh, it looks good. I like it. I think it looks very good. Maybe when I get a happy gas, I'll go around and look some more and like make some brief changes to it. But like otherwise, I think this is where I wanted it to be. Polished. Oh, come on. Oh, nice. There's even more. Ew. Is somebody gonna sleep? Ah! Fine. Totally fine. Get out of here with your grossness. Prendium with the sleeping because Prendium's great. Is that a baby one? A little baby demon? Alright, I'm gonna need more scaffolding for this. Because clearly I'm having fun with the scaffolding. Yeah, that's the bridge. That's what it's gonna look like. I think it's looking pretty good for what it is. I might try to finish it up tomorrow or whatever, or later this week. We'll see. Maybe I'll finish it up and then show it off on stream. But I think so far it's looking pretty good. I'm gonna get some more scaffolding and then go back over there. Break some more stone over there because I'm gonna need it for all the stone bricks basically. If I don't already have some. What are you on the way for? What's up, Prendium? You have more tough? I'll probably need more tough. Oh yeah, there we go. Yay! Oh no! Oh, God. Okay, and then we'll go the other direction. Oh jeez. I'm fine. But I managed to make I don't know. I'll never understand. There it is. A scaffolding bridge. I did it. Now I'm done. This is the bridge. I hope Adam Victor likes it. The lore behind it is that it blew up now. Whee! I think the scaffolding should help with like a lot of this now. Polished andesite. Okay, we're gonna get our set of blocks on here.
No, I totally called a single white bridge. Right?
What? Yeah, this is my bridge. It's done. Finished it. All done.
I said I totally called a single white bridge.
If I just left it like this.
You got room in your inventory?
Do I? Do I? Depends on how much you got, I guess.
No, you don't.
Okay, then up we go. One wrong punch and it all comes down. Did I build my building chest too far away? Yes. That is all. Like, I don't know why I have to keep coming up here, but I do. Oh, snap. Yeah, plenty. Or at least it'll get me really close to being there. Awesome. Thank you. Wow.
No problem. No problem.
So is there anything you need from me? Oh, that's the real question.
Do you have a portal yet?
No. Wouldn't that be nice? No. Mine is like really going to be jank to the point that I have to basically settle on a spot. I think we finally settled on a Y level. So I have to break mine, move it up because I'm having the same issue that I basically had with the last server where it was like it like generated right over probably what would have been a lava lake. So instead of being where it probably should be, it goes to like where it can be. And basically it's just like every so often you come back out and you're spawned in just a different area in a cave for some reason. And it's like what the like it's like a 50-50 chance whether or not you'll go into my portal, and if you come back out my portal, you'll actually come back out the portal you went in, or if you'll just be in a random set of caves somewhere. So that's annoying. So I want to fix that, basically. Once I fix that, then I could say I have a portal.
I was gonna say I can help you link it if you want.
I will need your help at some point, but definitely not tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to have one set up, but my like, I guess my priorities are basically get this bridge done. I probably should then get like do some nether portal stuff as I'm working on the trading hall, because then that would make it so much easier to get between places. Because right now it's been like, at least if I have this bridge done though, I could just send people to Adams. Like, nah, there's another portal over there and you can actually get over there instead of like, okay, yeah, but go to Adams. Getting between that ravine is the most annoying part about going to Adams. Once I have that gone, this is going to be a breeze. So I'm looking forward to it. What a game. This was a very productive build sesh, though. I appreciate everybody coming by. I think I have to go pop by and say hi to Squishy if Squishy's still on, though. think that's my next plan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Alright.
over there with a mud block and ask
Let her
Squishy what's a
ride
squishy block. Because I think it's a mud block. Catch you later though. Thanks for coming by, Premium. I'm gonna go put my dirt away, grab a mud block, and go say hi to Squish. We are done with building for this session. I'm gonna go over to Squish's base. Let's see, do I have any more mud left? Mud. It's packed mud. I want regular mud. Yeah. Hi, Nightmare. How about that? Or Sully? Just like, I actually have not heard Sully be called Nightmare that much. Alright, to Squishy's base we go. To see the Squishy. The one block bridge has been a success. Do we think that's that little speck is Squishy? I think it is. Everybody, don't look at Adam's base. You're not supposed to see it. Unless Adam's already shown it. In which case, look away. Or, yeah, I mean, observe away, I guess. I'm gonna run out of food from all of this. Yep. Thing's making some wild noises, I tell you. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Stream time. It's actually pretty fast to swim in this game once you have Depth Strider. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. We're being a little shark down here. Pew, pew, pew. There's stuff going on here. Things are happening.
Ridiculous. You need a compass for a map?
Boo.
Oh my god. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, who is that? Ben's, hello.
Hi.
Do
I
you know
have
how to make a map?
paper and a compass.
Oh, you need a compass. Okay.
Yo, it's like a compass is I think like what? 2 iron and like redstone or something? I don't even know.
I've got the stuff. I just can't believe it. Thank you, Prendium. I just can't believe it was that obvious.
So, what is
How
the
are you?
squishiest block in Minecraft in your opinion?
Mud.
Because that's what I think, yeah. It's so squishy. Like, if you touch it.
I don't have any pocket space. I can't pick it up. Hold on.
I love it.
I'm like,
It just makes so much squishy noises.
it does.
I was using it
How do you
earlier and I was
make
like, this
it?
is hilarious. It's so much work. You have to use water bottles on dirt. And it has to be dirt. It can't be like the grass blocks. It has to be dirt. I made like
It's silly.
2 stacks of mud today. And I could say it was very, very bland content. Yeah, this is fun. That's all I came by. I just wanted to come by with some mud. You want these pieces of mud as a mud intro?
I accept your pieces of mud you're offering. I
Okay,
will use it in the
enjoy.
pig pen.
Sweet. It'll be a squishy pig pen.
Thank you. Yes.
Alrighty, well, you have a good stream. I'm gonna go take off and hop off. This was fun.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Woo. Bye. Okay, we're gonna go in here. We're gonna pop these right on in.
The squishiest block in Minecraft. I given it a squishy. Just popped over and gave Squishy some mud. Alright, we're gonna get back to base and then wrap up. I'm just watching a bunch of drowns spawn in. Oh god, this place is cursed! Ah! Why? Why you do this? But also, come. I want your trident. Stab! 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 Did it work? No. Boo! Okay, well, leave you all behind. See you later. You guys don't have tridents, and I don't care. You got a fishing rod. What you got? Swimming 5 minutes late to the balcony. What is that? What you mean, Silver? How can you be late to the balcony? You have scheduled balcony time? Okay, we're almost back to Adam Victor's place. Swimming, swimming, swimming. Wow, fishies just came out of nowhere. Can't believe Poet has full netherite. Poet is a skilled Minecraft player. We're almost there. What? What is this nonsense? Adam, your place is scary. You know that? You have like big, terrifying craters out and about. We've made it back to Adam's base. Go win, go win, go win, go win, go win. Yeah. We're almost home. Made it to Adam's base, and now we just gotta get over to... I actually never noticed how big of a stone mountain that is over there. Get to what would be the bridge. Yeah, that's gonna be the setup, basically. Nothing... I'm not gonna change any more than that. 7 block wide total, with a 5 block wide pillar base, with 3 being the center, like, walkway. And I think it looks pretty good. We're home! Alrighty. Finish recording. We're wrapping up, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and pull myself out of the shared so I can do a raid and not make it very obvious, because I'm going to obviously raid one of those two. I don't know who yet, but yeah, I'm gonna jump out and then raid somebody. Bye, Z's. I think I raided with Squishy like what, yesterday or like 2 days ago. I don't even know. I don't know who I've raided anymore ever. Yeah, I raided Sal the other day. And Squishy 2 days ago. Hello, a couple days. Okay, so then I've raided We Out like 4 days ago, so that's not too bad. We'll raid We Out again. Alrighty, we're gonna call it here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will be live again tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time, once again. The next day off that I have off, though, is going to be next Monday. So in 1 week is going to be the first time I have off. But other than that, every day, 6 p.m. Eastern time. If I'm off slightly, it might be a half an hour later like today. But otherwise, 6 p.m. usually is going to be the aim, give or take 30 minutes. So I might even start half an hour early. And then about 3 hours is my goal every day. So 4 hours, we did pretty good today. Yeah, we're gonna raid out. We're gonna go say hi to Weot, because it seems like Weot's still on. I'm gonna be on for a little bit, and we did just raid Squishy 2 days ago. And yeah, I'll be on tomorrow, 6 p.m. I might do Minecraft if I'm really feeling it, but in order to keep myself from burning out, that's partly why I've been trying to do other games. So Maybe I'll come back on with a... I don't know, we'll just gotta play it by ear, but it's either gonna be Minecraft, RimWorld, or Yap Yap, honestly, because it's been so hilariously fun, but it just depends on if anybody's down to play it. Yeah, if you want to come along for the raid, I'm gonna post the raid messages, copy the first raid message if you are not subscribed, the second one if you are. And yeah, we're gonna go along and say hi to Wiat. Raid channel. Alrighty, start raid. Bye everybody. You all have a good night. Take care. Thanks for hanging out if you made it this far, and yeah, let's go say hi to Wiat. Boy.